Hello everyone, my name is TamTroll and this is Goblins of Elderstone, and this is going to be my tutorial guide on how to proceed past the tutorial. I have been playing this game for about 5 years now, since it was early released into since almost near when it was first released into early access, and as a result I have a wide berth. And as a result, I have a lot of experience with the game. Now, one thing I do want to make clear is I am biased. Some of my methods and some of my advice may be outdated or may no longer be necessary, so take that with a grain of salt. That said, let's begin. So, going in, you will be presented with 3 options: story creation, pantheon creation, and random creation. Now, these options are primarily just to select your gods. There is no major difference between any of them. Story creation primarily just gives you different options that will allow you different options that choose different gods for you. You can be evil, you can be war focused, you can be trade focused, you can be magic focused. None of it matters. None of these options will restrict you or grant you any additional abilities than any of the other options. So if you are more interested in picking and choosing your gods, then you can absolutely go to the Pantheon creation and you will not miss out on anything. There are 8 gods currently in the Pantheon, and you can have 4 of them. Typically, you will not get... There are currently 8 gods in the Pantheon. Iridan, Copperface, Moongast, Warjoy, Furymane, Golden Tongue, Zagorite, and Silverfay. Each choice you make in the story creation method will give you one of these gods based on their traits, who they like, who they dislike, and possibly who you previously selected. I am not sure. And possibly who you had previously selected. So you will be given... each choice you make in the story creation method will give you one of these 8 gods, with the end result being 4. In Pantheon, if you really want, you can start the game with just 1. And each of these gods has their own unique abilities and boons that they will give you. Now, the boons seem to be these Now, these boons are not immediately available. They are typically the most passive one you can see. So, for Iridan, your peons will get an additional 2 sticks when harvesting, and an additional 2 logs. With Copperface, you will get 1 additional baby per year. With Moongast, your shamans will cleanse gravestones faster. Warjoy, will increase the chance of goblins being born into the war faction. Furymane will increase the chance of birthing goblins with the Berserker trait. Golden Tongue will give you a discount when purchasing resources from a traveling merchant. Zagorite will increase the chance of birthing faith-blessed goblins. And Silverfay will increase the chance of birthing goblins with the Zealot trait. Now notice all of these are passives. The other 2 are more active ones. You need to spend Juju in the spellbook. I will show you those later. Now, when you choose your creation method, and again, it ultimately doesn't matter which one you choose, you will just have your gods. For the sake of argument, we are going to choose the story mode here and just pick some random ones. And our resulting Pantheon is going to be Golden Tongue, Moongast, Silverfay, who is the best goddess, and Iridan. Now we will begin our campaign. So, this is the village location selection. You can name your village. This is ultimately not super important. I'm not entirely sure when it shows up. I believe it's just when you're on a world map. So, we will be the village of testing here. You have 3 map sizes that can determine your gameplay. You can have small, you can have medium, and you can have large. Personally, I like to go large myself. If you don't like the layout of the map you get, simply switching to a different one and then switching back will grant you a different layout. Down here, you will see the resources and threat that each individual tile will get you. You can see which tile you have selected by the little glow around it. When you click a tile, you will see that these resources will change. Personally, I like to go for tiles like this one that have moderate in everything, or moderate in everything but low in threat. You should click around the map to see which one you prefer best. Some are better than others depending on playstyle. As a general rule, I feel forests will generally give you more wood. Mountains will generally give you more stone. Plains, I believe, will generally give you more food. I could be wrong on this. This could just be a guess. It might be completely up to chance. The terrain you get in each tile will also differ. Random one. Rain. The plains biome will give you a large, flat area with very few bumps in it. The downside to this is that forests, or elder trees, which generate trees and wood for you, are generally more spaced out, as are larger mines such as stone and iron. A forest biome will generally have more variety in terrain elevation, but have more clustered together resources, more abundant trees and berry bushes, among other things. And a mountain biome will have a much wider variety in terrain elevation, as well as more abundant iron and stone resources. Generally fewer trees and berries. Again, all of this widely depends on which tile you selected, which resources they got. The main thing you're looking out for is terrain alterations, I believe, and as well as specific landmarks. I'm not entirely certain on this particular section, so there may not be as many differences as I'm listing here. This is just, in general, what I have observed over the years. This screen is your clan creation menu. Now, some of it will be filled out for you initially, but you can simply add or remove them by dragging and dropping them at your leisure. This title up here is the name of your clan. Every goblin in your clan will share their last name with this name. So right now, every goblin in the clan will be blank Blackrock, Epop Blackrock, Chitin Blackrock, and so on. So we shall be the tutorial tribe. So we shall have Tink tutorial, Kyrix tutorial, Rish tutorial, and so on. This top slot is your king or your queen. Essentially your leader. Your leader is responsible for defending your village as well as breeding new goblins. Now in version 1.0 of the game, the leader is immortal. They will not die of old age. However, I believe your leader dying is going to end your game, as it will be a lose condition. As a result, you will want to find yourself a leader who is good in combat. I would also recommend one that has a decent to high trade skill. For example, Tink here is a good example of a leader. They have a high war stat and a half-decent trade stat. Faith, I believe, is not important on a leader, but what we have right now is a goblin with more faith than more trade. None of these other goblins are really fit that mold we are looking for. You mainly want to focus on war just so that they can defend themselves better. You also may want to keep an eye on the traits they have. The traits that the leader has will be passed down to future generations. Now, it won't always be passed down, but there is a higher chance of them being passed down. So, Tink here has the Savage trait, which is not a great trait to have on goblins, as they can only be assigned to war jobs. This includes goblins who are white or orange. Now, the thing about white and orange goblins is their stats are higher based on the color. Every goblin has 3 stats: war, trade, and faith. Red goblins have a higher than average war stat. White goblins have a higher than average faith stat, and orange goblins have a higher than average trade stat. Now these are important things to keep an eye out for, because a savage orange goblin is not going to be able to cut down wood for you or craft tools for you. This Libhouse here is going to want to be your guard, your army, your military. She is not very good at that. So this can be a good thing and a bad thing, because Libhouse here could be a great berry collector, a great peon goblin, and a dedicated one at that, because you won't be able to assign them to any other jobs they would be good at. The downside is you would not be able to assign them to jobs they would be good at. Epop is similar with the pious trait. They will only be assigned to faith jobs. There's also one for trade jobs, which is hippie. Now you'll want to repopulate your goblin tribe. Things I would recommend is avoid goblins who are too old. You want to avoid goblins like Kazlak here, who is 18, or Aura here, who is 20. Breeding age for a goblin is 10 years old. That is young, and that is adult. So you want to aim for goblins who are roughly 10 years old. Either a little bit below or a little bit higher is fine. You do not want you do not want goblins who are old, because that will result in them dying sooner. So I'm not going to take Awa here, but Kyrix would be a prime candidate, as would Rip Snorter and Chinstick. Now, I've seen a lot of people asking, how do you tell the difference between male and female goblins? The easiest method is male goblins have their mouth open, female goblins have their mouth closed. There are other differences, such as you can see the pose is different, but when they are covered under layers of clothing due to having a job, that can be difficult to tell. So generally you want to look for the mouth. So, here I have selected my tribe. They are not the best. You do not get to shuffle or alter your selection of goblins unless you start a new game. What you see on the left here is what you get, and you must choose from it. So, gotta take what you can get. What I would focus on is the middle stat, the orange stat. You want to focus on high trade goblins. They are some of the most important goblins you can get. Second, I would recommend high war stat goblins, as they are your defenders and your fighters. High faith goblins, such as Kirigs here, are not super important in the early game. They will be your priests and your shamans, but they are not majorly important early on. So if you have a goblin such as Rish here, who is only good at faith, try to skip over them if you can. If they're the best you got, then they're the best you got. On the right, you have the clan banner. This is purely cosmetic. Your buildings will look slightly different depending on the colors you choose. That is about it. You can also set a default if you wish. So if I were to click this button here, then this pattern and this color would become the default for every new game I create. Here you can select your starting resources. The top one is in the middle of the right here, you can select your starting resources. This largely depends on your personal playstyle. Personally, I just go with the default, off to a good start. And at the bottom, you can choose your difficulty. You got your builder for those who just want to build, your peon for the standard gameplay, chief for a more difficult challenge, and elder for a much more experienced challenge. Personally, I will go with chief, and I will enable tutorials. So, this is your world map. Important thing to note, do not click on this flag in the middle of the screen right away. You are going to want to use your keys to take a look around first. Things to be aware of are these arches at the edge of your map. These are the entrances to your territory. If you build right here, if I were to build right here, then enemies from outside the village can easily come in. You're going to want to build far away from those. You're also going to want to look for sources of berries, rocks, and logs. You can see the resources floating above each elder resource. The elder resource will produce additional resources given time. You're also going to want to keep an eye out for larger nodes such as this, the iron and the stone resource. The main thing you're going to want to focus on is building near enough to berries, logs, and rocks that you can survive off of for your first few years. Stone and iron being close by is also handy, as they can be a pain to get to in the long run. You're also going to want to try and avoid graveyards, such as this one, with the skull over it. Graveyards will produce more gravestones, which will produce skeletons when winter comes. Less important resources are hemp, herbs, and frogs. And hemp, herbs, bones, and frogs. You do not need those right away. and the collectors for those resources can wander out into the world, into the larger area, in order to collect them. Alright, where I'm going to set up is going to be right here. I have berry bushes not too far away, logs right next to me, and rocks right next to me. Important thing to note is that rocks and stone are different resources. Rocks are what you build your basic tools out of. Stone is what you build larger constructs out of. Stone is what you build larger and later game structures out of. It is very easy to get those two confused. So, I'm going to place my village center right here. Now, as the tutorial says, you need to build a grand hall to start off with. This is going to be where all your initial goblins live, as well as your king and any breeders you set out. You're also going to want to place down a storage house as soon as you can. And as well as a crafting hut. And a woodcutter hut. Now, you do not need to build all of these all at once like I did. However, I like to do that just because there is enough resources to get all of them done right away. The woodcutter hut does need tools, so you will need to wait a little bit for that until you get the crafting hut done. But they will be able to build these 3 buildings on their own without input, and relatively quickly. As the tutorial says, you will want to go into your Grand Hall, click this second tab here, and assign your breeders. You only have 10 goblins to start off with, so assigning just 1 is fine to begin with. Eventually, you will want to fill out this second slot, however. As I said before, you're going to want to focus on trade stats initially, and be sure to check on the traits that they will pass on. For example, if I were to pass Chin Stick here, if I were to select Chin Stick here as a breeder, he would have good trade and faith stats be inherited. However, he would also pass on Weakling and Insomniac. Insomniac is one of the worst traits in the game. You do not want Insomniacs. So I could also select Epop, who has a very good trade stat. However, he is pious. I do not want to have more pious goblins because they cannot do proper work for war or trade-based jobs. Therefore, I'm going to choose Ulrich here, and he's going to be our breeder. It should be noted that these white, red, and orange bars here will change size depending on, or should change size. They should. Yeah, there you go. It should be noted that these white, red, and orange bars here will change size based on the stats that you have select for your king and your breeders. This wheel determines the likelihood of each goblin being born. It especially has a large chance of being a green goblin and a small chance of being white, red, or orange. The higher trade stat your breeders and your king, the higher chance of your goblins being born orange, and so on. We now have a crafting hut complete. Starting the game, you're going to want to put a high trade goblin, such as Rip Snorter here, into the crafting hut. Higher trade means higher efficiency. Rip Snorter here sets this crafting hut at 55 efficiency alone. However, Chitin here sets it to 5% efficiency. So, high trade stat goblins for crafting huts, as well as a majority of the as well as all of the other buildings in trade, as well as, I believe, the laboratory. Maybe a couple more around here. Starting off, you're going to want to turn off basic weapons. You do not need basic weapons to start the game with, and they will just stockpile rocks into this section without it being used. You want to focus on tools, as tools are very important. Now we have a storage. And here you can assign your hauler. A hauler is a very important job in the game. A hauler is one of the most important jobs to have in the game. You're going to want to have a good number of haulers. At a rough estimate, I would say 1 to 2 haulers per 10 goblins. You can start the game with just one. Like the crafting hut, the higher the trade stat, the higher the efficiency of the job. Chitin, low efficiency. Keurig, 45% efficiency. You can just start out with one peon, one worker. You can just start out with one hauler to begin with. Now thanks to those tools, thanks to the tools created by the crafting hut, or possibly as well as the... Now thanks to the tools we had in storage, it looks like the... Thanks to the resource setup I chose at the beginning of this campaign, we have tools available in the storage. Thus, our woodcutter hut was created almost instantly. Like the other two jobs, you're going to want to focus on good trade. Unfortunately, Chimstick here, who is Weakling and Insomniac, is the best trade goblin we have right now, so I'm going to set him to be a woodcutter hut. He is not... I'm going to set him to be a woodcutter. He is not the best woodcutter in the world, but he is the best we have right now, and we're going to have to be okay with that. After this, I would recommend clicking to set down a Warrens wherever you can. A good strategy I have found is to place them, build near a cliff such as this, so that you can place a Warrens down, so that you can place a Warrens down at the bottom. This will give your goblins easy access from the top of the cliff to the bottom of the cliff, and vice versa. If you do not have a bridge available when first selecting, rotating your structure in place can help with that. Note, not all structures will provide bridges. Some structures, such as the scavenger hut, will never have bridges connecting them. As the tutorial said, we will now want to start preparing for the winter by building a kindler. A kindler is a very important job. If you build jobs such as the kindler close to the storehouse, then those jobs will be... If you build jobs such as the kindler or the woodcutter hut close to a storehouse, then the resources to and from that job will be delivered faster. Storehouses work like Minecraft ender chests. Putting a resource into one allows you to pull it out of a different one. They all share the same inventory. You can prioritize your construction by clicking this icon here. Only one building at a time can be prioritized. If I switch, then the previous one gets changed. So you want to make sure that what you're prioritizing is the most important one. They will now focus on building this one above the other. This does not mean that they will abandon this one, it just means that they will put their most effort into this one. It does not mean that they will abandon the Warrens, it's just that they will put a majority of their effort into the kindler. We have just had a baby born. You can check what babies you have by clicking this adorable little goblin in the top left corner, where hovering above it reads birth rate. Wait. You can check your You can check your baby goblins by clicking this eye icon next to the baby goblin icon here. This will show you how old your babies are. When they reach 3 years old, they will be able to work. When they reach 10 years old, they will be mature adults who can be assigned to be breeders. We now have our Kindler ready. You want to assign a goblin to this as soon as possible. Again, the higher the trade, the better. Kerrigs is the best we got right now, so we are going to be... Kerrigs is the best we got right now, so we are going to be relying on him to produce firewood for us. The tutorial is now instructing us to build a watchtower. I'm going to say you do not need to do that right now. Your king is also a defender. He will fight off winter incursions for you. For at least the first winter incursion, he can handle it on his own if you have picked a good king. He can possibly handle the entire winter. The thing about watchtowers is that they take logs, which is the same resource the Kindler uses in order to create firewood, as well as the warrens in order to build it. Logs are a very important resource, and you'll likely run out very often. So I'm going to avoid building the watchtower for now to simply allow the game to run to gather as many resources as possible. Sometimes you may see situations like this, where there is a pause icon above a structure. This means... The pause icon means that one of these... The pause icon means that one of the building recipes has been paused. That is fine. This other icon above may show that it is missing out one of the resources. Don't worry too much about that. Simply have a good number of peons and a good number of haulers, and that should be filled eventually. Peons focus on what is the most important at any given time alongside their own needs. So they will eventually fill this out with whatever resources you can get. They will eventually fill this out with the resources it needs. The haulers are specifically designed for this. That is why they are so important. The peons can also deliver resources to structures, however they cannot carry as much, and they have to balance doing that along with all of their other chores, such as gathering food and sticks and rocks. Now, as I try and place a building here, you can see that we have a circle of influence around us. This is where we can build. I can build anywhere within here, so long as... I can build anywhere within here, so long as the building can fit. I cannot place a building outside of it, even if there's plenty of room. Not all buildings are restricted to this circle of influence. Buildings such as watchtowers and woodcutter huts can be built outside of it. If you want to know, you just need to look it up. Most of them will be built within the circle of influence. Others do not. Others do not need to. Most of them need to be built within the village's circle of influence. Not all of them, but most of them. The circle of influence will expand with each building placed. Warrens will expand the circle the most. So if you need more space, place a warrens down near the edge. I'm going to do that here. Because I would like to expand my circle of influence down to here. Now, your goblins can travel outside of the circle of influence. It is simply where you build that is affected by it. Later in the game, when you build the war hall, there will also be a command command you can click in there that will limit your goblins to traveling within the circle of influence for the most part. I believe there might be some leeway there. I'm not entirely sure. What we have here is a notification saying that Chinsick is very... What we have here is a notification saying that Chinsick is very dissatisfied and may riot at any moment. For the most part, you don't need to worry about that. Chances are they are Insomniac. This is why Insomniac is the worst trait to get. They are perpetually upset due to not being able to sleep and thus being very tired. It's really only situations where they do not have tools or food or are overcrowded that you need to worry. When you are comfortable in the early game, you should build a well close to your village center. Wells are important for putting out fires, and as one of the loading screen tutorials says, a well is only needed when it is too late, so build at least one well early on. When your village is larger, you're going to want to build multiple wells, but when your village is relatively small like this one well in the middle should do fine. Up in the top right here, you will see I have 0 rocks and a need for 1. This is going to be a common sight. Rocks and sticks are very common resources, primarily due to the use as simple tools. It is okay to not have a stockpile of them. This generally just means that any rocks that are being harvested are being sent directly to use. This top bar here only shows resources inside the stockpile. Oh, wait, does it? This top bar here does not necessarily show... no. No. This top bar here does not necessarily show the resources that are inside of the storehouse. In this case, the resources are in this initial storage. This will be wiped away later on. An important thing to note is that goblins do not eat berries, or take tools out of the storehouse. They must be delivered to the warrens. This circle here shows the amount of berries that are within the warrens. I believe all warrens share an inventory. So, this is why haulers are important. They will deliver these resources to the warrens to be consumed. As a result of this, you may reach a situation where the top bar here says you have 10 berries, but your goblins are not in danger of starving because this is full. Keep that in mind. It may be important later. Still try and keep as many berries as you can. They are a very important resource. But if this says you have very low berries, don't necessarily panic right away. We have had our first new adult join the village. You can easily check those by clicking on any vacant job and simply looking for the youngest goblin. Here we have Pun Pun, a high war and high faith stat white goblin. She could make a good guard. We have just entered winter, so I will only now place down a watchtower. You will see that they have this ring of influence there. This is where This is the range that the archers will... This is the range that the archers in the guard tower will be able to shoot from. If you have any visible entrances or exits to the village, you may want to place them so that they are covered, such as here or here. Starting out, a good solution will just be to place the guard tower near the center of the village to encompass as much of it as possible. I will do that now and place my guard post here. Again, the king can fight off at least the first wave of skeletons on the difficulty I've chosen. It may be more difficult on the higher... It may be more difficult on the Elder difficulty, but on the Chief difficulty, I believe the king can handle the first wave. So if this structure is not finished by wintertime, that is fine. Here we have a clue as to where the undead will be coming from. Notice that the gravestone on the right is glowing red, while the gravestone on the left is not. Gravestones that glow red are ones that are about to spawn skeletons. As a result, you can kind of prepare. If you have a watchtower here and a watchtower here, but only enough goblins to man one of them, you can remove them from this one and place them over here to cover the entrance. In the future, this won't be too much of an issue. If you build a base in a situation like this, where you really only have one entrance or one exit, if you were to build a base somewhere like here, where you only have one entrance or exit, then it's a lot easier to handle. So keep that in mind when placing a base, is the defensibility of this location. In my case, the best location to build was a place with multiple entrances, so that didn't quite apply for me. However, every map is different. Sometimes the best locations have the best defense. It is honestly up to chance. As we are just now approaching winter and we have a fair number of peons, I will be assigning Pun here as a singular town guard. One town guard and the king should be enough to hold off the first winter's... One town guard and the king should be more than enough to handle the first winter's attacks. As the tutorial says, building a trade hall next would be a good idea. You do not need to build planks. You do not need planks or any other advanced resource, and a trade hall is important to have come springtime, as a trade prince is required in order to access the merchant. So building the trade hall over the course of winter can be a good idea. Keep in mind that it requires logs, which are also used to create firewood. So if you don't have a lot of firewood by this point, you may want to hold off on the trade hall. But in general, the trade hall is a good investment. The first undead horde have risen. Note that they do not attack immediately, they just kind of wander around for a bit. You may want to keep an eye on them for a little bit, as you do not need to hit the defend the village key right away. A good idea is to simply let them come to you and only hit the button when they reach a certain distance. In this case, I'm going to say when they reach this iron ore, then I will hit it. This allows your golems to get any needs met, and this will allow your golems to fill any needs and do any jobs that they can before needing to flee into the warrens. When they are inside the warrens, they cannot eat, they will not be happy, they cannot sleep. It is generally just a bad time in there. As you can see, our high war stat king can easily handle the first wave on his own. As you can see, our high war stat queen can easily handle the first wave on her own. We did not need to build this watchtower. Our trade hall is complete. As with the other buildings in the trade section of the building menu, the higher the trade stat, the better. In this case, the higher the trade stat, the lower the prices on the merchant. This will always. In this case, the higher the trade stat, the better the deals from the merchant. He will buy things for more and sell things for less. So, Field is our youngest recruit. He has a great trade stat and a great trade stat and a great trait. However, he is currently the best option we have for a trade prince. So while I don't believe he will get any benefit out of the worker trait, we will put him there for now. We have now officially finished the tutorial. Continue watching for additional advice on sections later in the game, such as surviving your first winter and what to do beyond. Now that we have a trade prince installed, we can manually set the priorities of any goblin we want. Libhis here is savage, meaning despite her 7 in trade, she only wants to be assigned to war jobs, such as guard post. Now, she only has a 3 in war, so she would not be a very effective guard. As a result of this, what I recommend is changing her name to something like Berry Girl, or Stick Girl, or Stone Girl. Whatever you need, set her as that. You then turn off her priority for every job except her 1. In this situation, all she will do is collect berries. She will do nothing else except collect berries. And because I have renamed her to Berry Girl, I will know at a glance not to assign her to any other jobs. She will be a dedicated peon specifically for collecting berries. Now, in the winter, berries do not grow, so right now she is just completely unemployed. She will do nothing for us. So for the remainder of winter, I will allow her to collect sticks and rocks, and she will do so. She will not put out fires, she will not haul, she will not build, she will not do anything, she will only collect resources. When springtime comes, I will flip her back to collecting only berries, and she will help ensure that we have enough food for the next winter. You can do this with any of the 3 primary resources at your disposal. You may notice situations like this, where enemies or dead goblins where enemies or dead goblins drop resources that are set to not be picked up automatically. This is intentional. This happens when they die outside of the village's circle of influence. If they were to die within the circle, then they would be allowed. If they were allowed by default, then this would result in what I personally call a death chain. What would happen is this would be a resource that can be picked up. A goblin will almost immediately rush to pick it up, even if it is all the way out here in the middle of winter, or in the middle of a warg nest, or directly in the path of a skeleton. As a result, a goblin will come all the way out here, die, they will drop a skeleton. They will drop resources, meaning more goblins will come all the way out here to pick them up, and they will die, and it will just be an endless chain back and forth. The only solution to that would be to pause the game at the exact frame that their resources drop and immediately suspend it. As a result, any resources dropped outside of your village's circle of influence are automatically suspended. You can unsuspend them at your leisure. It is best to do so in the springtime or during a moment where there is no active threat, so that you will not result in a death chain. It is you will have to do this for each resource independently. You cannot select and drag each one to highlight them all. This can be tedious, but in the long run, currently, it is for the best. Perhaps in the future they will add a method to mass allow resources. For now, though, you will simply have to select each individual one. Yeah. We have had our town watch freeze to death. As you can see by clicking on this little fire icon next to the chat box, the guard post was not filled with firewood, thus they simply froze as they were trying to man their job. Goblins will usually go to the main campfire to heat up. However, this is not necessarily always accurate. Sometimes they will dedicate themselves to the job to their own detriment. Any building that glows has firewood within it, and thus provides heat. If it is blue and not glowing, it is cold. That is why it is important to have a lot of firewood, and why it is important to have a lot of haulers, as the haulers are the ones who deliver this firewood. At least, as the haulers will deliver this firewood more often and in higher quantities. Since I only have the one hauler, I was not able to fill out every building with firewood. And as a direct result, I have lost my town watch. You will lose goblins. Goblins will die due to the cold and due to hunger and due to murder and so many other things. This is just something you will need to accept. Now, as the skeletons are here, I will tell my goblins to retreat. I will tell my goblins to go into defensive mode again. In hindsight, that may have been my fault. I may have forgotten to unselect defense mode, and that is why my guard froze to death, because they were on duty that entire time. So that death was likely entirely my fault. You need to remove defense mode between skeleton waves, as this will simply result in unhappy goblins and freezing guards. I am not too concerned, as I said, our king is capable of handling the first winter's waves. This time I will remember to unhit that. Oh, actually, there is one more. With the second undead horde repelled, I will now remember to return to normal, so that the goblins may eat and warm up and do everything they need. As you can see, they're all tired and cold and generally not happy because they were locked indoors that whole time and thus unable to fulfill their needs. So Pun Pun's death was entirely my fault. As this tutorial says, one of the goblins has died. You can build a temple to assign priests who will be able to get rid of the corpses for you. If you do not do that, then this corpse may come back in a future winter as a skeleton. It will not come back during this winter, but a future one. Now, temples do require planks, which requires a lumber mill. Lumber mills are a mixed bag. They do provide you with planks, however, they are also consume a lot of logs. So if you are running low on logs and need it for firewood, you may want to consider accepting the lack of planks and removing any workers from it, so that you can get more peons and save up the logs to be turned into firewood. You may not be able to build some structures as a result of not having planks. That is okay. It is okay to have long sections of the game where you just do nothing. You may notice there comes a point where you get an alert at the bottom of the screen saying you are low on frogs. In general, I will say it is okay to ignore this for a while. Frogs are a luxury food for higher ranking goblins, such as your trade prince. It is okay to ignore this need for a good amount of time. You do not need to bum rush getting the scavenger hut to get frogs. They will be okay without frogs for a while. If you progress too quickly, you will simply unlock more needs, thus angering even more goblins due to having more desires than you can currently handle. Progress slowly, and you will be okay. Progress slowly at a pace you can manage, and you should be okay. Now that the final attack wave has commenced, I will allow all of these bones to be picked up. These bones can then be used to construct basic weapons. We do not have a need for basic weapons at the moment, but it is always good to have the bones available so that you do not need to build a scavenger hut. The bones can also be sold to the spring trader for gold and resources. This is an example of what is happening between major clips. I am simply allowing the game to run. I'm not building anything. I am not micromanaging anything. I am simply allowing the game to progress, to allow the goblins to collect resources and fulfill their needs as they deem fit. As you can see, I have 0 rocks. Yet that is fine, because any rocks they collect are simply being used to build more tools. Epop is not the best option for a breeder, but he is the only one we have. You can select all goblins for a wider variety. This will, however, remove them from other jobs. I need more trade-based goblins, so I'm going to allow Epop to become a breeder, despite the fact that this now puts 2 limiting traits on the inheritable traits list. This is not ideal. If I can replace Epop, I will. But right now, we need more goblins and more trade-based goblins, so I'm going to allow him to be there for the time being. As you can see, there is now a higher chance of breeding trade goblins rather than the others. Springtime has hit, identified by this green bar at the top. And by this icon, you can see that the traveling merchant has arrived. The traveling merchant is a very important resource. If you just barely squeaked by through winter by not having enough food or enough firewood, this is your chance to replenish. If I was at 0 berries or very few berries, the traveling merchant almost always has some berries on hand, so you can buy them to fulfill your needs. If you have no rocks, you can buy rocks. If you have no sticks, you can buy sticks. Each traveling merchant may have different merchandise. This one does not sell logs. However, a future one may. However, there might be a future one that will. So there is a bit of random chance on the resources that you get. Generally, this only applies to the more advanced resources and not the ones that you necessarily need right away. In this example, logs can be considered a necessary resource. However, he does still have many of the other resources we need. Now, we only have 6 rocks, so I am going to buy some rocks from him. Now, I do have 100 gold. However, he has 900. You are going to want to try and get as much gold as possible from the traveling merchant. This will be important later, and you will be glad that you did so now rather than needing it later and not having it. So, since we have 118 logs, I'm going to give him 50, as well as some of our other resources that we have in excess. There we go. We might need this firewood later. For now, we are okay. Firewood is only necessary during the winter. If you continue to produce firewood over the years, then you will be fine and hopefully have enough firewood for the winter. This will give us a net gain of 215 gold. We will take that. We'll hold on to this. It'll be important later. If you are low on workers, or if you feel safe and into springtime, you can remove the town watch goblins back to make them peons again. This is valid. You can do this. There is not a lot of danger in the spring through fall. There's primarily only threats in the winter. There can be a chance at a threat in one of the other seasons. However, it is not very common, so if you need more peons, removing the town watch is an acceptable method of gaining more quickly. As a general rule, you do not want to run low on peons. You can tell how many peons you have through this icon in the top left. I would say, at minimum, you want to have 4 peons. If you have less than 4 peons, you may want to consider removing someone from a job. I would also recommend bouncing around the jobs every so often, every springtime or so. look for goblins who are at or near the age of 30. 27 is okay for now, but in a few more years, I'm going to want to remove Rip Snorter from the crafting hut job. Goblins reach old age at the age of 30 and begin dying. There's a little bit more leeway in this version than the earlier versions, where they almost immediately died at the age of 30. Now they can get to around 35. But if you have a goblin who is about 30 years old, you will want to make them a peon. This will make sure that you both have a steady supply of peons, due to all the elderly being peons, as well as not losing important jobs due to old age. If I were to leave Rip Snorter here as the toolmaker, then yes, I would have a good toolmaker for a few more years. However, eventually she will die of old age, and I will suddenly be out of a toolmaker. And if I miss that notification, then I will miss the fact that I am missing a toolmaker, which is a vital role. Jobs do not automatically get filled, you need to do it manually. So if the only people dying of old age are peons, which do get replaced automatically by new goblins becoming adults, then ultimately it is not as big of a loss. Having your elderly be peons is a lot less damaging than having your elderly filling important roles in the tribe. In situations like this, where I have built a lumber mill a fair distance away from a active storehouse, you may want to place another storehouse down near it. Hauler goblins are not locked to their specific storehouse. They will deliver resources from here to here, or from here to here. So I can leave this storehouse empty of workers if I need to. Again, storehouses share an inventory, but you can place planks into this storehouse and pull them out at a storehouse in this location. One thing that should be noted that might be easily missed. Each season is not simply a fraction of a year. Spring and fall last for 1 year. Summer lasts for 3 years. Winter also lasts for 3 years. As a result, any babies born at the start of summer will become usable peons by fall. This can be very handy, as it means that you will gain during springtime. You will gain more workers for the next winter. It is easy to misunderstand. It is easy to not get this at the start, as you know, spring, summer, fall, winter generally depicts 1 year. It does not work like that in Elderstone. It works on more Game of Thrones logic, where seasons last multiple years. One good thing to note is your population. You will want to build new warrens regularly to make sure that there's always room for growth. I have had multiple tribes go on the brink of death due to overpopulation because I did not make enough warrens. So, building a new warrens every so often to expand your area of circle of influence, or simply to give your goblins something to do, is always a good idea. It is better to have empty warrens than to have it is better to have empty warrens than it is to have homeless goblins.
Bleh.
Planks from the lumber mill are an important and yet also threatening resource. As I said before, planks use the same base resource, logs, as firewood. In general, firewood is more important than planks. So, if you are running low on firewood or feel like you have enough planks or are not building anything that requires planks at the moment, it is a good idea to remove your lumber mill, to remove your lumberjack from the lumber mill until you need them later. It is okay to have not enough planks. It is not okay to have not enough firewood. As you can see, the bones from winter are still lying here, not collected. That is fine. Goblins will prioritize automatically the most important jobs. So right now, they are prioritizing gathering rocks, as we have a more higher need for rocks than we do for bones. They will get to this eventually, it just may take some time. You need to be okay with that. If you are really desperate to get this cleaned up, you can click on the priority remove resource so that it has the up arrow. Like with the building, you can only have one prioritized resource at a time. So you will have to do this for each individual once if you are really intent on getting this mess cleaned up. That is why, in general, it is better to just leave it alone and let them pick it up on their own time. One thing you can do is click on the elder resource of a resource, such as this rock pile, or this tree, or this berry bush, and you can hit priority scavenge on it. This will make them focus on collecting berries, or collecting sticks, or collecting rocks, or whatever else. That will select all of these resources as priority. So if you're really desperate for a certain resource, you can also do that. Or you can do what I have done here with the berry girl and set her to only collect berries, ensuring that the only job she will be doing is collecting berries. Every so often you may get events such as this, where you get a little book opening up giving you 3 choices. Some of these choices may be grayed out due to you not having enough of a certain resource. In which case, you just choose whatever you can. You can choose whichever one you feel is most appropriate, or if you hover over them, you can see the chances of a result. In this situation, I have a 9% chance to lose one goblin, and 90% chance to have nothing happen. Here, I have a 50% chance to gain 100 berries and 100 sticks, and a 14% chance to lose Juju, and so on. You just need to weigh your options, take what ones you can do, and accept the ones that you can't, and hope for the best. This situation managed to work out for us. Generally, I believe those events only pop up maybe once every few years. Like, I don't think we're gonna see one until at least the middle of winter. So they're not too invasive. They're just a little thing that pops up every so often to help keep things interesting. As you can see here, I built a storehouse right next to the berry bush. This is just to ensure that any goblins collecting berries don't have to walk very far to drop them off. If you have an important resource or an important construction project going on, that's generally a good idea. As you can see, Berry Girl here gathers the berries, walks a short distance to drop them off, and then goes right back to collecting berries again. Does she always pick the most optimal berry bush? No. But are goblins the most optimal of creatures? Also no. One very important thing to do with your lumber mill is watch the goblin animation playing out. This is a very important thing to observe. Always observe this animation at least once per play session. Alright, as you can see, Ripsnorter has officially reached 30 years old, so I am going, despite them being the best tool maker we have, I am going to remove them from the job and replace them with the next best. Currently, that only gives us two options, Chitin and Croakank. Croakank is not going to be the best tool maker, however, they are going to be the best we have. It is better to have an okay... It is better to have a mediocre young goblin working a job than a great old goblin working a job. Because Croakank isn't going to drop dead of old age anytime soon. Whereas the other goblin, Ripsnorter, they are going to start losing health very soon. And as a result, they are going to die of old age. And you're going to want to make sure that when that happens, they are not filling You're going to want to make sure that when that happens, they are not filling a necessary role. Ripsnorter right now is expendable, so if she's going to die, it's not going to affect the colony. Alright, I currently have 2 planks in the storage and 10 planks in the temple. I am currently building nothing else that requires planks. So, to make sure that since I am low on logs, I'm going to remove my worker from the lumber mill. I would rather have the logs available for firewood than for planks. I can get by without planks for a winter. I cannot get by without firewood. Priests are an important job in the colony. They clean up the dead, spread the faith, and every so often, a god will awaken on their own. Here, I can choose which god to awaken. Sometimes they will randomly awaken on their own. If I were to do nothing for the next 20 or 30 minutes, then one of these gods is going to awaken and start demanding worship. If you don't have a temple to them, then that's going to make goblins and the gods angry. So right now, since I have control over which god to worship, I can choose the one that most benefits me. Currently, I'm going to say that is... Currently, I'm going to say that is Iriden, as he will increase the number of sticks and logs collected. So I can awaken him and gain the ability of his passive. As more goblins worship Iriden, as your priests spread the faith, then this bar will fill up. I will gain access to the Elder Growth spell and the Nature Walk passive. Elder Growth will require Juju, which you can gain by taking treks out in the world. We cannot do that right now, so for the time being, spells are not available to us. However, the initial passive is almost always worth it. Almost. Silver Phase and Furamane's kinda trash. Now, I don't have any spectacular Faith Goblins. However, if we go back to our crafter, Kronking does have a high faith, so we can remove him and assign one of our younger goblins to the job that are more qualified. Gronsika is old enough now to take the job, so we can assign him to it and apply Kronking to the faith job. Since he is a white goblin, he gains extra faith and thus can do this job better. He can now clean up corpses, spread faith, and heal goblins. Again, I could assign a second priest here, however, we only have 5 peons. You want to make sure to have a good number of peons. Peons and haulers are both very important jobs. You do not want to run low on them. Connecting your tiles through bridges and elevators such as this is generally a good idea. Walking over these platforms is faster than taking these stairs, so goblins will prioritize taking them over these. So goblins will prioritize taking elevators over these steps, or goblins will prioritize taking these elevators over these stairs. So if you can connect a building, if you can connect 2 hexes via a bridge like this, it's generally a good idea. It can also be used to connect hexes that are otherwise unconnectable. For example, if I wanted goblins to come down here, they would have to take this route all this way to go around. And if none of this was built up, then they would have to go all the way around just to get down here to go up here. I have shortened that path by a lot simply by building 2 structures. If I were to build a building here and up here, then all 3 of these hexes would then be connected and be much easier to traverse. So be strategic with the bridges and platforms you place, as they can save your goblins a lot of time and a lot of effort. From this point, where I have a temple, a lumber mill, and various other structures built around, what I would want to do is build a scavenger hut to collect more resources, a weaver, blacksmith, and the mines in order to collect stone and iron, all so that I can build the Faith Hall and the War Hall. These will allow me access to the world map for raids. However, all of these require planks, and we are just about to hit winter. As a result, for the remainder of this winter, I will not be building anything. I will simply be surviving the winter so that we can make sure that we do not run out of logs. It is okay to spend a winter doing nothing. You can see we have a situation where 2 goblins are lacking faith. Don't worry about this too much. I do have a goblin preaching faith. We do not have any gods that are awake yet do not have temples. They will get to it. They will get to it eventually. As you can see, it was dealt with. As you can also see, I still have not collected any frogs, and we are still not burning down. You can wait on frogs. It is not going to ruin your village. I have just set up our second crafter, and we are likely going to need simple tools in the future. We are likely going to need simple weapons in the future. So what I'm going to do is simply this. The new crafter will build tools as well as weapons, whereas the more skilled crafter will focus on building tools. This will ensure that there is always more tools than weapons, so long as resources hold out. If I need to, I can also do this to make sure that each goblin focuses on their particular role. For now, I'm going to leave it like this, just to see how this works. If I run out of tools still, I may abandon weapons altogether, or if I find myself still low on weapons, I may tell this Hansika here to focus exclusively on weapons. Mixing and matching like this can be a valuable tool, as this will ensure that the job gets done and it doesn't over-prioritize one over the other. As you can see, by this point I have built a second watchtower. Currently there's only one guard in there, as this is only the second winter, so enemies are still relatively weak. However, having the second watchtower does allow me to cover a wider area. If this watchtower were to fail, then this one could pick it up. As you can see, one guard on one watchtower plus the aid of the king can help fight off a second winter undead horde. Having a priest to heal also assists. Having a priest available to heal also helps, as our guard is no longer as damaged as they were before. Eventually the healer will come and heal the rest of this damage, or they will simply go back home to rest to recover over time. Alright, you may see here that Kronok was upset due to a... Oh, no, let's cut that part. No. So, you may notice that there is a message of a food shortage here, despite the fact that we have 133 berries, plus all the berries in here. It is likely because the Warrens do not have frogs. As I mentioned before, frogs are not as big a deal as the goblins make it out to be. He was mildly upset about this earlier, however, now it is barely a problem for him. He is not really all that fussed about it. He's more angry about being young. So, again, don't worry about the frogs. It might be alarming to see food shortage up there while you have 131 berries in the stockpile. But it's likely just the frogs. They'll get over it. And you'll get to the frogs in your own time. So long as you don't go building so many buildings that require frogs, such as temples, trade princes, war halls and faith halls, and other high-end jobs like that, then the need for frogs should stay relatively low. Tink here is just angry because they have the Berserker trait. Berserker goblins are always angry. That's just something you gotta live with. As you can see, we have a lot of forbidden bones. I will need to manually unforbid all of these. That can be a pain, but it's not that big of a deal. Doesn't take too long. Is it slightly tedious? Sure. Is it game ruining? Not really. Again, if you want... If skeletons keep dying in this specific location, and you want to avoid needing to do this, simply expand your village's circle of influence to this zone. I can easily make it so that I don't need to manually select all of these resources when they drop by placing a warrens right there. When that is built, the circle of influence will extend to this area, and any skeletons that die right here will have their resources available. Will have their resources set to be picked up at any given time. Since the undead are gone, I will now reassign someone to work the lumber mill. Generally, I don't want more than one, if I can help it, just because they do burn through a lot of logs real quickly.
Av korn kalma.
Goblin Mood is angry, which is concerning. Oh, that's why. It was because I forgot to turn off defend mode. Remember to turn off defend mode. This will allow your goblins to get rest. Yeah, they're all angry because they're tired because they were in defend mode for too long. So be sure to turn off defend mode, or you'll get a situation like I'm in right now where all your goblins are angry. They should be fine, just give it a little bit of time. Oh, here we go. This merchant also sells iron tools, which can be a pain to get in the future, so I'm just gonna buy like 10 of those right now. That might allow us to skip some things, or just might allow us to avoid situations of goblins demanding tools but not being able to get them. Alright, I don't have a lot here that's valuable to him, especially since I'm buying these tools. So I'm not going to make a lot of profit, but I'm also not making a loss here. That's generally what you want to go for. You want to hoard as much gold as you can. Oh. Now here you go. Rip Snorter, the former crafter, has died of old age. Since they were a peon, it doesn't matter. I don't need to replace any jobs. I am noticing that Alrek here is 34, and our breeders are both over the age of 30, so I'm going to replace them. Nobody is eligible right now, so I'm going to select all goblins and look through them. We just made a sale to the merchant, so we don't need our trade prince anymore. He is 15. He is 15, which is appropriate for a goblin, so he can work there. And our next best goblin would be Konsika here, our latest crafter. We do not want Chinstick here. He is old and insomniac. You do not want to pass on insomniac. So Konsika it is. They will be our new breeders. They were filling out important roles, which we will need to fix soon. In the meantime, I'm just gonna allow weapons here and leave the trade prince job empty for now. Or, you know what, actually, Zibrek here. You can take the job, you have an okay trade stat. And this will still allow us to prioritize all this. If Zibrek wasn't here, then we wouldn't be able to tell them not to do those specific jobs. Goblins will get a little bit upset due to being demoted. It's honestly not that big of a deal. It doesn't really affect things too much. I never really pay attention to it, so I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. Wait a minute, hang on. Hang on. What's going on? Right? See, the average goblin mood is now overjoyed. I bought some frogs, and I took off defense mode. Everything's fine now. You just need to recognize your mistakes and take what you can get when it comes to trades, and you should be okay. We do have a cloth need now, which is going to be a problem. I'm going to want to build a weaver soon. I am currently building a scavenger hut, so we might want to hurry up on these planks. So you know what, I'll actually set someone there. And actually, we might want to send up more haulers, come to think of it. No, let's forget that. Believe we'll set Tish and, I don't know, Ort as new haulers. Sometimes you just need to take what you can get. Ort is not a great hauler, but they're a goblin who can fill the boots. Sometimes that's all you can ask for. If we get a goblin who is better than Ort, we will replace them. For now, though, this is okay. As a general rule, I'm not sure if I brought this up before, as a general rule, I would say 1 to 2 haulers per 10 goblins. We currently have 24 goblins and 4 haulers. So, you know, I think that's a pretty good balance overall. This should be good. And we should be able to get the resources we need. We might be in trouble with firewood, but we do still have all of summer to get through that, so we should I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay in the long run. Now here we go. Next summer. It has been since we haven't seen one of these since last summer. So yeah, these things aren't too intrusive. And as you can see, I do not have the cloth for this one or the voodoo for this one, or whatever this is. So I can only choose this option. Sometimes you just gotta take what you can get. Alright, I gained some faith with my god. Excellent. There we go. Alaric, former breeder, died of old age. Died as a peon, so we don't need to worry. Alright, we just got our first scavenger hut. Unfortunately, we only have 5 peons, and only one of them is willing to work this job. I'm going to leave it for now, I think, and then just let it stay empty until we get some better peons. Until we get some more and better peons. We do have 2 goblins coming in just the next year or so, so one of them might be able to fit. I think I'm only going to assign 1 or 2 of them, 1 or 2 goblins to the scavenger hut to start off, and they can just gather whatever it is they need. You don't need to fill out every job immediately. Having partial full jobs is fine. Okay, here we go. We do have 2 new peons. One of them is a better faith goblin than trade. So we could replace this one with that, or with them. But I think we'll just leave it for now. Again, sometimes you gotta take what you can get. They are better trade goblin than Braval. So I'm just gonna set these 2 to scavenger hut, and they'll just do that job. They'll gather whatever resources they can, whatever the resources they need. We do now have an income of frogs whenever they can get frogs, as well as hemp, herbs, and bones. You don't really need bones because of skeletons, so you know what? Let's actually disable that, I think. Let's turn off bones because we still have a good supply of bones here. We are running low on logs despite having a good forest here. We don't have any other forests nearby, though. Next nearest one is all the way over here. What I think I'm going to do now is place down a second woodcutter's hut. It is in the same forest, which means this is just going to get cut down twice as fast. But in the short term, it'll benefit us, I believe, more than trying to set up a burrows to go all the way over here. In the long term, it might be a good idea to set up a burrows that goes all the way over here, but for now, I think we're all right. It's just something to keep an eye on. Oh, here we go. We have got a great trade goblin. So, there are two great trade goblins. So, you know what? I'm going to set you make tools. And as before, I'm going to set you to you to only make tools and you to make tools and weapons. And then... here, we can get you work in the lumber mill. And yeah, you will just become a peon again, and you'll just be our one lumber mill worker. At this point, I'm going to place down a weaver and start heading in the direction of these mines. Because if we can get to those mines, then we will be able to get some important resources of stone and iron, which will allow us to build the Faith Hall and the War Hall, which will get us into the world map and open up raids.
Dimbo, dimbo.
Okay, so we have a request from Iridan for some cloth. Now, unless something changed, I believe the only reward you get for this is just more piety towards him, more favor towards him. It's very easy to max out a god's favorite. You basically just need to wait a while. Assuming this hasn't been changed, then the only thing you gain is this bar going to the right, and the only thing you lose is this bar going to the left slightly. So I feel like you can generally skip these. Yeah, we lost 5 faith. That is nothing. And if this bar was maxed out, like fully in the green, then we would have gained nothing. So god quests, honestly, you can just ignore them. If you're assuming you're not on the brink of the red, you can just ignore them. And I have never once gotten into the red here. From what I can tell, you have to actively try to get into the red with the gods. So just don't worry about the god quests. They don't matter. They don't do anything for you. We don't have hides, so we can't make warm clothes. We don't need warm clothes right now. So we're going to ignore that. We're just going to set up a weaver and get that going. And also, as mentioned before, we can get this right. I had it. As I mentioned before, traveling via bridges and elevators is faster than taking the steps. So if you can connect multiple hexes like this, then go for it. It will take some fiddling. This is like pixel perfect at just the right rotation, but this will allow goblins to travel from one hex to the other a lot faster than if they had to take the stairs. Alright, I'm now going to build the mines. I'm going to put them build them at the same time. I think it's generally better to focus on iron first, because that can be a good export resource. But these are right next to each other. I don't really think I need to prioritize either one. And once I get these done, then I'm almost done with... Oh, actually... No, we got plenty of firewood. We should be fine. I think we'll be fine. It is. I just noticed that it's almost winter. We are pretty low on logs, but we also have a lot of firewood, so I think we'll be okay. Everything over here is still cold, but for the most part, every building is full of heat. It's just the Trade Prince Hall and a couple of stuff down here that's cold. I'm pretty sure they only wore... If I'm right, these are cold because nobody's working in them. These don't matter. Oh, and also... Since it's winter, and 2 of these are plants, and 1 of them is an amphibian that freezes during the winter, you can just unassign the scavengers in the winter. Make them peons. They're not going to be any help for you during the winter, except for collecting bones. And since skeletons drop bones, you already get a good enough supply of them. So... just turn your scavengers into peons for the winter. They'll be fine. Everything will be fine.
Yeah.
As you'll see here, when that skeleton died, its items were not forbidden. That is because it died within the circle of influence. So if you keep getting skeletons dying in a singular location, and you don't like that their items are being forbidden, just expand your circle of influence to cover that area, and they will automatically be set to pick up. Again, the whole forbidden dropped items thing is just done so you're not getting goblins running all the way out here to pick up stuff that a goblin left behind when they froze to death, and then subsequently freezing to death themselves. And again, since it is winter, we are going to do very little. Okay, I'm going to take a moment because we don't have rocks coming in, and we don't have any basic tools, which means that people might start getting upset about basic tools. So what I'm going to do now is just set some goblins to specifically collect rocks. It's the middle of winter, so they should be fine. Rocks don't run out in the winter like berries do, and there is a good number of resources here, so... This Elder resource might be harvested out, which might be why we're not collecting as many rocks as we were before. But there are other ones scattered around, I believe. Like, this is a berry bush that's far from an Elder berry bush, so they should be fine. So, yeah. If not, we might be in trouble. But, you know, here, there's a Elder rock resource here. It's not very far from the village. We should be okay. So I'm just going to set these guys to specifically find rocks. you're an insomniac, so of course you're be upset. Okay, it looks like there are still rocks here. They're just buried in the snow. Or this thing just can produce rocks on its own. I'm not sure. Yeah, it might just produce rocks on its own. Okay, this is making me think. I'm gonna put a storehouse right here, just to shorten the distance they have to travel. Yes, this is a fair distance. It's on the other side of the hex, so this will just make that shorter. Oh, yep. We got a riding goblin. Why you're upset? Ah, they're an insomniac. Okay, that's fine. And again, you really only want to ring that when they're close to their village. That way, no one's hiding for too long. One thing to note is that the longer time goes on and the more gear they wear, the tougher skeletons will be. So you will want to improve your defenses. For example, right now we only have one guard here. I think I'm actually going to want to bump that up. So you know what? Bearable, you can get up there as well. Just to beefing up our defenses here. I think we'll be fine with just the one. Oh, maybe not. Nope, you're dead. Yeah, I should have put a second guard there as well. You know, Grr, you're good. You're a good army goblin, so there you go.
Can.
Oh. Now, you see, this is why you want to remove goblins who are too old. I just lost the log splitter, and if I had not noticed this notification because I was busy with something else, then I would just be down in log splitter and not realizing it. So that's why it's important to look around every so often and remove goblins like these who are too old for their position. Their replacements may not be as skilled, but they're younger, which is all that matters. Alright, and since winter is ending now, we can place more goblins into here. Unfortunately, what we got isn't the best, so I'm just gonna fill this out just to get as much efficiency out of it as possible. Again, sometimes you just need to go with the okayest. It may not be the best for the job, but if they can do the job, then sometimes that's just what you gotta go with. It looks like our rock situation is getting a little better. I'm actually going to put another temple down. I don't want to put a god in it right away, just because since they awaken on their own, it might be better to just wait until one awakens and then assign a temple to them immediately, rather than awaken one and then... Better than to awaken one and then, it may be better to wait until one awakens and then assign them a temple than to awaken one only for a different one to awaken immediately afterwards. Oh, and someone set a fire. Why are you upset, man? And this is why you build wells. Who are you and why are you upset? Because you're an insomniac. Okay, yeah. So, with this fresh on our mind, let's remember to build wells around the village. Wells will help put out fires like this one. So it's important to scatter them around pretty well. Well. There we go. Okay, he has rocks. We are low on rocks. His frogs. We're low on frogs. We have a pretty good supply of logs, so we'll give him that. We are low on tools, so let's buy some of those. And we're not using herbs yet. We can sell them those. And you know what? Let's hold on to our firewood. You know what? We don't need all these sticks, so let's give them 10 of those. There we go. A little bit of what we need, plus a little bit extra. And let's set some of you up to strictly harvesting berries. Go. I notice we are almost out of food, which might be a problem later. Now, this woodcutter hut is damaged. They will repair it on their own. You don't need to worry about it. They could set it on fire at any given moment and destroy it, but they will repair it on their own, and you just have to accept that.
Slow moon.
Okay, what we actually have here is a hemp and a herb resource being far away. They would need to take a big long trek just to get to it, so I think now is a good time to set up a burrows. You do need to build both sides of the burrows, so when this is done, then we can place the other one here. But we also need to bring in all of these resources. Burrows act kind of like a Nidus tunnel from StarCraft. You enter one and exit the other. They are two-way despite being labeled as the entrance and exit. So they do cost double the resources, but I would say they are worth it in the long run. Oh, and from an event, we actually got some juju, which means we can cast a spell. We can actually, force all Elder resources to spawn new resources. We cannot cast this spell during winter, which means we can force our forest here to spawn new trees. So let's actually do that. So there we go. We will get new trees growing here and new rocks sprouting here. New berries and all that other good stuff. Beer need unlocked. What does beer need unlocked? Beer, I think, is another resource that's more of a luxury thing. You don't need to worry about it too much. Like, you might be tempted to just bum rush into the brewery, but that takes a lot. It needs a stone cloth, planks, tools, just a lot. We should be focusing on building the Faith Hall and the War Hall. For that, though, we need iron and stone. For those, we need this to be done. Now, let's actually prioritize that, because it feels like they are... Yeah, they're spending more time on the burrows than what they should be. I'm going to try and prioritize these mines just so we can get these going. Oh, Silver Fae has awoken. So that is why I started building this temple earlier. They didn't finish it, unfortunately. But because I started on it, it'll be done sooner than if I just placed it down now. And we might actually want to put down a second lumber mill worker, because things are getting pretty bad here. Again, we still have a stockpile of 0 rocks and 3 sticks. Not too concerned about it. We are getting what we need. That is the important stuff. That's the important part. Everything we get is just immediately being put to use. That's all. Kind of thinking it might actually be simpler. Rather than building burrows, to just put a Warrens here and then one there. Or storehouses. I'm gonna try that. Storehouses are cheap, they only cost sticks. So we'll see if we can place that there, and then maybe line it up with something here. If not, it should expand the sphere of circle of influence over here far enough that we can place something here, and then something at the top of the cliff, and then make a easier bridge. Then we don't need these burrows. Burrows are a lot more expensive than just building a bridge, so unless you're yeah, you know what? Screw that. We're gonna do that instead. Unless you are specifically crossing the entire length of the map, like if I was trying to go over here, it probably would be worth it, but I'm just trying to go up a cliff. In that case, I sincerely feel like just making Warrens is probably the better plan overall. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put that there, and when that's built, I'm gonna put one over here that can connect to it. And then they'll just go up and down that. Oh. Holler. Gotta fix that. Okay, our new temple is complete. Gonna assign that to Silverfae. Give her some nice priests. And there we go. Oh. Okay, so they did. It looks like they actually changed it. Okay, so no, she does still have the not great passive. It's just not her first one. So this one I don't quite like myself. Silverfae is the best goddess, but her ability isn't one of her abilities isn't great. It increases the chance of birthing goblins with the Zealot trait. Zealot, okay, you know what? Never mind. I'm wrong. Okay, no, I'm thinking of Pious. Okay, Zealot just makes them, Zealot just makes them better faith goblins. It's not Pious that locks them to, faith jobs. I think Fury Main has the one that locks them to war jobs. Yeah, I think Fury Main has an increased chance of birthing savage goblins. But hey, Fury Main, extra berries, and frogs and herbs, that's pretty good. I like that. With that, let's, okay, we actually got a stone mine. So let's get some goblins working on that. Just gonna set 2 for now. We only have 11 peons. Oh, with that in mind, it's actually probably a good idea to get some more haulers. So here you go. Here you go. Now! And iron mine. Okay, we are down to 8 peons, which isn't great. But I'm not going to assign any more jobs. Now, one thing that might cross your mind. If you find yourself in a situation similar to what I've got here, but worse, where your population is about to overextend the number you can hold, and a result in overcrowding, you might be tempted to remove one or both of your breeders in order to slow down birth rate. In my opinion, this is not the correct choice of action. Goblins are like Metabots. The more goblins you have, the more power you have. Goblins of Elderstone villages are really only stable when they are growing. That's that weird city builder thing. It's similar in the City Builder Banished, where things really only work out as things expand. If you stagnate or if your population goes down, then you are going to have a bad time. So I would definitely say avoid removing breeders if at all possible. Allow them to continue reproducing because those are your future workers. If you don't have future workers, then your current workers are going to get old, and you're not going to have peons to replace them when they die, when they get old enough to be removed. So keep your breeders and just focus on building more warrens. Speaking of, this one has been finished, so we can now place... Yeah, so if we just place that there, it will be a bit of a trek to get there to build this, but once it's done, our scavengers will have a much easier time getting to these resources, as well as this one here. We might run into a situation where these gravestones turn into undead and then they crawl down here, but we do also have this watchtower here, plus some available war goblins. So you know what, let's plop them down there. You know what, let's actually turn you into a rock girl. There we go. You'll be rock girl, and you will collect rocks for us. I think we're okay with sticks. We do have 0 in sticks, so you know what, just as a temporary measure, here, you can be stick person. Not gonna change your name, because I think this will just be temporary, but it's worth a shot. We got 2 goblins working in each of these. I'll place down a storage hut here, just so that they don't have to travel as far to drop them off. And I may as well place down another temple, so that the next god that comes in will have a temple available, or at least close to available. But ideally, prioritize this, because it's almost winter and we want to have this done before then. We don't want goblins coming out here in the middle of winter. If any goblins took a long trek to get around here, then in the middle of winter, then they would probably freeze to death. So yeah, this is an example of using bridges to close gaps, because right now, in order to get up here, goblins need to go all the way around here, across all of these hexes, just to get back to the village. We are going to close that gap by building 2 buildings. And then just a bridge is going to pop up between them, and they can just cross almost instantly. And this is a lot cheaper than building burrows. So yeah, if you're not crossing the entire map, I would say don't bother with the burrows. Just use bridges. Why are you upset? Missing items. Insomniac, okay. Fine. Basic tool. Okay, I think we may have hit a point where we might need more tool workers. I'm going to build a second crafting hut as well. The first crafting hut can get you very far, but there generally comes a point where you need a second one. We do have iron, we do have stone, so now we can get to work building the Faith Hall and the War Hall. I'm going to place those down somewhere, and that will open us up to the world map, where we can start raiding other tiles. Yeah, we can just expand all we want over here because there's no threat here. Alright, and it is almost winter. This still isn't done, which is concerning, but it will be done soon. And I'm actually going to remove all of our scavengers because, again, the only thing they can collect in winter is bones, and we have oh, we actually don't have a supply of bones. We do have a good supply of weapons, and we'll just get more bones from the undead, so I'm not too concerned. Come on, guys. Let's finish it off. There we go. Okay, so now they can just go right down here. And they can just go right up there, and it'll be fine. Alright, looking at this, I think I'll want another second guard post here. I would definitely say, if you can, try and get yourself one choke point and just focus defending on that. I'm not gonna extend myself over here as much as for as long as possible, because that just opens me up to new directions of getting attacked. A lot of people have been complaining about their king running headlong into battle. I haven't noticed that myself. Maybe this is why, because I'm expanding away from where all the enemies are coming. I'm expanding away from the direction all the enemies are coming from. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just lucky, but this seems to be working for me. So if you are having trouble with your king running into headlong into battle and without support, maybe just try focusing on a choke point and reinforcing it. I don't know. Nope. Sometimes this happens. Someone gets stuck in the ground. Okay, they are Insomniac, and they appear to be stuck in the ground. Oh, no, there you are. You're not inside. Okay, that's another thing. When they go inside buildings, it can lock your camera, make you think that they're under the ground. It's fine. So you are missing basic tools. I'm not entirely sure what the clan chief does. You know what? This guy can be clan chief. There you go. I'm not entirely sure if this is an important role, but it used to be more important when your king could die, but for now, the clan chief just seems to be a leftover feature. So we haven't had a clan chief this entire time, so I wouldn't really worry about a lack of a clan chief. Yeah, this is just a case of a Insomniac goblin. Insomniacs are always angry and always upset because they cannot sleep. It really is the worst trait to have. I'm so sorry, Keelish. I'm so sorry. I wish I could help you, but I can't. Okay, we actually might be running into a situation where we need a second kindler as well. Because despite having a lot of logs, we don't have a lot of firewood. I'm pretty sure we'll probably survive this winter, but just in case I am going to put down a second kindler.
Cree, cree. No. Tin Kulu.
I'm getting a lot of goblins demanding tools, and we got some tools here. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn off any construction. I'm going to actually just remove any construction projects that require tools. Except for maybe this temple, because Moongast woke up and he demands tools. Getting a lot of riding. Hopefully the trader has tools. They're burning down the Temple of Iridan. That's generally a bad call. We are losing goblins. So, I am doing my best. Okay, I think we're alright. Making more tools. Let's just turn off basic weapons for you, because we don't have a need for basic weapons right now. Alright, there were some deaths, but I think we're alright. I think we're gonna be okay. The rioting seems to have stopped for now. And new tools are being produced. We just need to keep up our... I think we were just maybe a little bit low on haulers, and all the tools were going into buildings. So instead we put them in, I don't know, the goblin's hands, maybe. What's going on here?
Timbo, Timbo.
Alright, does the trader have tools? You got tools. Give those to me. Thank you. And again, we want to milk out all the money we can. So, we got a good... We got some tools from them. Hopefully that's enough. Let's actually grab some rocks while we're here. There we go. Things should even out now.
Za Dinka.
So, I'm noticing that this number, the peon count, it seems to fluctuate between white and red. My assumption is that white means that you have enough enough peons to sustain the village, or more than enough, and red means you don't have enough. So, I'm thinking maybe try and keep the peon count white. So, I'm at 12 peons, and while it's tempting to put them into jobs, maybe don't. Unless absolutely necessary.
Kulu, ta sweet. In Koro.
Alright, so since I have the War Hall and the Faith Hall built, I can now access the world map. Now what you want to do when you reach the world map is immediately send out some treks using your most lousy goblins that you can find just to scout the area around you. It shouldn't take too long. I wouldn't worry about it. So Kike, you're pretty bad. Go. The Elder and the War Chief can actually be sent out too, because they don't, as far as I'm aware, they don't actually fill any role. They are just kind of positions that can be filled. So you can probably send them out without issue as well. War Chief does not appear to be in here for some reason. Yes. Well, we got 4 scouting tracks out there currently, so we're just going to let that happen. And hopefully we hear back from them soon. There we go. Just had to wait a bit. In the meantime, we have a need for iron tools and weapons now. So we're going to want to build a blacksmith. So I'm going to look for a place to place this. Oh, here we go. And you want to choose the option that has yellow at least 50%. Red is bad, yellow is good, green is great. Okay, so that's good. And what information do we get? So we can get iron, frogs, and bones here. Okay. Oh, I should mention, every trek party you send out will have a different score. So Scout is the Scout score uses a combination of all your goblin the Scout score uses the combined stats of all the goblins in the trek. So just the more goblins you have with higher stats, whatever they may be, that's the higher Scout score. Scout score. Higher war, it matches, is essentially the higher their war stat, the higher their war stat. And same with trade and same with faith. So Pettifog here has a high faith stat, therefore the faith stat for this trek is higher. That's basically it. If you want a higher scout, just put on more goblins. That's effectively it. It's not super complicated there. Just do the most you can get away with these things. Ideally, you'll get the resources discovered, but if you can't, that's fine. We can always just send them back. Okay, here's a good one. In this forest, we got Shiny, which is a very valuable resource that you can only get by tracks such as this. Berries and meat, which means this place has food. So we're definitely going to want to send a raid there. We're actually going to wait for everyone to get home before sending that off, because we sent our war chief, our warlord. There we go, there they are. And the warlord is probably the best person to send on raid tracks, because they can just go alone and not really worry about it, because they don't really do anything super productive. So, and they have a high war stat, so may as well. And we have reached a warning for a goblin's warrens for our warrens being near capacity. So now is the time to just build more warrens. Connect more places if you can. This is a good opportunity to connect bridges and stuff. Nope. And let's see, we didn't get resources for these, so we're just gonna send them back out. That one's fine, that one's fine. I'm gonna send you out again. That's just a monolith. That's a dungeon. We'll send one of them out to scout this. So, and you can disband. So, different hexes on the world map. You have 3 main hexes. You've got mountains, grasslands, and forests. I believe what hex they are, or what terrain type they are, has an effect on what resources they have. You are more likely to get stone, rocks, and iron from a mountain, more likely to get food from a grassland and a forest, more likely to get herbs from a grassland maybe, more likely to get logs from a forest, etc. I'm not certain on the exact percentages, but I'm pretty sure that there is some grain of stuff there. Now, we can raid this forest for supplies, and we will gain them. The thing is, we will lose the information about what resources we have there. So if we sent a raid trek there right now, then when it comes back, we will have to scout it again in order to see the resources that it has again. Here is the thing, though. That does not prevent you from raiding it again, and it is very likely that it will maintain the same resources. Now, shiny can come and go. Shiny, if we raid it now and get that shiny, then that shiny might disappear in the next raid. It might not become available. And it might show up in this if we raid this mountain, then next time we raid it, there might be shiny there. So shiny comes and goes. Everything else, I think, is fixed. I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure every time we raid this vacant forest, we're going to get berries and meat. So raiding these locations is a great strategy for maintaining your resources. Because your village, the place you have settled, will not support you forever. You cannot survive off your village alone. You do need to go into the world map. Also on the world map, you have things such as the monolith, which is a religious site. You can send holy treks there full of faith goblins, such as your elder, to pray to your gods. That will get you that will get you juju, which you can use to cast spells in the spellbook up here. You can select the god you want, select the spell you want, and just click on it, and it's cast. We did that earlier with Iridan to make all of our elder resources regrow their supplies. Then you have dungeons, which is effectively a raid trek. There will be dangers and traps and other stuff in there. Some of your goblins may die, but you will generally get more man-made resources, such as tools and weapons and stuff like that. Also out in the world map somewhere are settlements, human settlements, elven settlements, hamlets, stuff like that. Those are locations where you can either raid them, you can send holy treks to them to try and convert them to your faith and gain favor with your gods, or you can raid them for your supplies. This will affect your diplomatic relationship with them. If we can encounter one of those, then we can explore that further. For now, though, all we have is the lands immediately around us, and I don't want to send out too many scouts, just because we don't have a lot of available peons. But yeah, we'll get to those when we get to them. This does open up the thing about heroes. You can recruit heroes by building the tavern. As you can see, it requires iron tools along with planks, cloth, and stone. So a little difficult to get. We can get it around this time once we get that blacksmith up and running. But heroes will allow you to recruit... the tavern will allow you to recruit heroes, which you get by using the gold you've been saving up by selling everything you can to the traders. You can hire these heroes for a set number of years, and you can send them out on treks. And they will lead the treks. You can only send one hero per trek, but they will lead the treks, give certain bonuses based on their abilities. And the good thing about the heroes is that they do nothing in the village. They don't work, they don't salvage, they don't gather resources, they don't do anything. If an enemy is in the village, they will probably try and fight it, so you can keep them around as guardians. But other than that, they are not very productive. So you can send a hero out alone on a trek to just raid a tile and collect resources. So you effectively have a free raid trek just all the time. So if we can get a hero, then we can just send out endless raid treks to that tile full of food, and we can get everything we need from it. First, though, we need that blacksmith. So if we can build that blacksmith, then we can get iron tools, and we can get so much more. And here we have our warlord, so we're going to send him to raid this tile. Because, again, he doesn't do much. I'm not entirely sure what he does, but it's nothing of particular note, so we may as well send him alone on a raid track. And we are still doing pretty okay. Not a lot of resources come to this crafting hut, unfortunately. We do appear to be low on stone. We have stone collectors? Yeah, we're stone collectors. Okay, and we're going to do a scouting of this location again, just to see if we can get the resources. Okay, so we got frogs, sticks, and hemp. Okay. We'll do a thorough one here. And this dungeon has herbs, frogs, rocks, and berries. Okay, so no tools, unfortunately. So this dungeon might not be worth it. Okay, here we go. So this is why you want to select a warlord with a high war stat like Meg's here. Then you can plunder and you still have a very good chance of success. And just like that, we got 200 berries, plus 30 meat, which is another food source. Berries are your primary food source, but meat is kind of a secondary one. I'm not sure if you can survive on meat alone, but it is very useful still. And this rock has iron and rocks, which is pretty good. We can go there to get some rocks. We are a little short on rocks. Oh, and I think something just happened. Oh, and here, so we need to claim and disband this party, but we can immediately send them out again. We will need to reform the party, but we can send them out again, and we can raid this location for rocks, and just like that, we have more berries. Bam, 300 berries. Now, as I mentioned before, We are very close to capacity, but I'm not going to remove these two. Maybe you, just because I've got to replace you with someone. Here, you're better. I'm going to pass on Savage. Everyone here has Savage, great. Yeah. We don't want to remove that because the more goblins we have, the more capacity we have, the more ability we have, effectively. More peons, more everything. So yeah, now we're in the white for peons, which I'm guessing means we have a good number of peons for a village this size. We got to try not to not exceed 15 peons. And looks like we unlocked building upgrades. So buildings you can upgrade are the Grand Hall, the storage, and the Warrens. I think maybe one or two other things. I think it's mainly just those three, though. So what those do is upgrading the Grand Hall will make it so that you can have 4 breeders instead of just 2. I believe it also increases the total number of housed goblins. Upgrading the storage increases the amount of storage that it can hold, as well as increases the haulers from 2 to 4. And upgrading the warrens just increases the number of housed goblins. There's nothing else to that. The thing about upgrading, though, is that you can only do it one at a time. No. The thing about upgrading, though, is that if you upgrade this warrens here, or this storage here, it does not upgrade all of them. It only upgrades that specific one. And I think if you click this upgrade building tier button, it automatically starts upgrading. And if you do not have the resources for it, then you can't use that building. I'm not sure. Here, let's actually pop a save and test that. So, if I just hit this. Okay. So this will tell you what it does. Increases 2 to 4. Increases health, heat radius, and then la 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 la. So, okay, that's good. That's good, actually. So it looks like you cannot actually begin upgrading until you have the resources. So that is actually pretty handy. That's good to know. That's good to know. Yeah, here, we can see this increases slots. It doesn't say it, but it does also increase the breeders. We don't have the shiny for that. Shiny is a valuable resource because, as well as that, it is also used for other things such as a shaman hut. So, if you can get shiny, you want to get shiny. Alright, and we need the best trade goblins we can get here that are not 30 years old. Which means, unfortunately, you get to help. And what I'm going to do here is set it so that one of you makes tools and one of you makes weapons. And you know what, let's actually set that so the higher of the two makes the tools. I feel like the tools are slightly... Okay, yeah, I got that. Does anyone actually bet? You know what? Rock Girl. You're not supposed to be there anyways. But you know what? Rock Girl, you are now doing this. So we have a good efficiency there. And yeah, we're going to do that. So Rock Girl makes weapons. Kavala makes tools. And hopefully that balances out. They both take bones. They take bones and logs. We just hit winter, so we can pull you guys out, actually. And yeah, oh, we are at capacity, so geez. Oh, we are a little bit under firewood. Hopefully, I think we can last. Hopefully we can last. And you know what? Like with the Warlord, this the Elder doesn't really do much, so we may as well ultimately selecting which god you pray to will not affect what voodoo you get. If you pick Sagarite, I believe he has a passive that gives you extra voodoo if you pray with him, or extra juju if you pray with him. However, if I were to pray for Iridan right now, then that would ultimately gain me nothing, because I'm already at max favor with him. praying for a specific god effectively just increases your favor with them. So, if I pray for Moongast, then this will increase our favor with him and get more piety there. I don't think this affects the amount of juju you get. So let's do that. And we will plunder this land for its resources. Get a bunch of rocks and a bunch of iron. And that'll help us with our whole rock problem. If we can find a place that has firewood, that would be great. And you know what? You know what? No. I want to make the, I do want to make the tavern right now, but I feel like I should wait until we have at least some weapons and tools stockpiled. Just because we do have a low on, a demand for weapons. Although that just might be our warlords, so maybe not. You know what? Yeah. In the interest of teaching, I shall place a tavern down. If this gets in the way, then I will remove it. But for now, I think we should be okay. So yeah, you see our piety increased with him by 5, so not a lot, but we gain 20 juju from that, and we can spend that on any god spell. It does not need to be Moongasts. Oops. Well, they died. Okay, so if you remember, we got berries and meat from this vacant forest, and now the resources are not scouted. We don't know what's there, but we can still raid it. So let's raid it again and see what we get. Also, apparently you can do holy tracks without a god selected. I kind of did that accidentally. We'll see what happens there. Uh-oh. Ah, that was one of the smiths. That sucks. Okay, I accidentally opened myself up to a new land of attack here, so I'm gonna place an additional guard tower here. I already got one here, but may as well do that. We are out of firewood, which is a concern. Okay, it looks like it just went back to Moongast. Okay. And so here we go. So if you recall, this guy we did not scout the resources available in this location. Last time we got shiny, berries, and meat. This time... Okay, we got... it is different. Okay, so the meat changed. We did get the shiny and the berries. Interesting. So, they seem slightly consistent, maybe slightly inconsistent. Okay, so this is a Skeleton King. It is effectively a skeleton boss of sorts. This is a Skeleton King. It is effectively a skeleton boss of sorts. It's tougher than the others, stronger than the others. So if you get to the point of having one of these guys show up, and you don't have very good defenses set up, you might want to change that as soon as possible. Thankfully, he's alone, so we can probably handle him. Yeah, we're alright. We're alright. We can handle this. There we go. We're okay.
Versalta.
Alright, so it looks like I have a lot of sick goblins. I need to find medicine. We can make medicine. Unfortunately, we don't have the building do that just yet. So this is the building you need to make medicine. It does require iron tools, which we are currently putting into the tavern over here. So we can't build it yet because we're trying to build that. But two things about the laboratory. One, this is the reason why you need to raid. It requires berries and herbs. Yeah, you need berries and herbs. Both things that can be difficult to come by if you're surviving off of your home village alone. They are much easier to come by in raid treks. Just look at how many berries we have right now. And we have a good number of herbs as well, so we could easily make medicine. Secondly, I think the laboratory is bugged somewhat, or not completely understood by the player base just yet, because for some reason, the laboratory, despite being under the Faith tab, functions better with high trade stat goblins. So if you are placing down a laboratory, you want to put high trade stat goblins in there. Generally, you want to put in goblins with high stats that match the tab they are under. So high war goblins in the war tab, high faith goblins in the faith tab. The laboratory seems to be the one that stands out there. Possibly the, Oh, no, never mind. The stockades is in fact in war. Okay. Yeah, the laboratory seems to be the one that stands out there, so keep an eye on that. Maybe leave a suggestion in the Discord saying change laboratory to faith if you find that it is indeed trade focused instead of faith focused. If I can get it built in this game, I will test that myself. Uh-oh. Oh man, they set the storehouse on fire. So, the War Hall and the Faith Hall. The War Hall has several interesting commands here. Vigilant increases the Goblin's vision. If you look at this red ring around the watchtowers, if you click that, then it expands. I'm not sure if that means that they'll respond to things further, or if they'll shoot things further, or if there's a major difference, but that's the situation. Then you have Cautious. Goblins won't stray too far out of the village. That's handy if you got goblins that like to wander far away into the village in the middle of winter. And finally, got Bloodthirsty. Goblins prioritize enemies with low health. So if you're fighting a lot of enemies and you just want to take down the ones that are weakest, you can click on that. Personally, I think I mostly go for Vigilance and not the others, but it really is a personal choice situation. As for this, I think this just shows what level of faith you are with your gods, and not much else. It could hold spells, it could do the spellbook thing, but so far, so no. Let's summon a Wraithling. I don't think I've ever done that before. Not sure where that is. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, temporarily. Okay. So I'm noticing that our kindlers and our lumber mill are not getting logs. And probably not the blacksmith either. Yeah, not the blacksmith either. I'm guessing that is because I put down all of these warrens. And the goblins recognize that we have an overcrowding problem, so they are prioritizing on putting the logs in the warrens first. Once these warrens are done, they'll probably start putting logs into the blacksmith and those other things. That's my guess.
Desta coral. Cool. Dimbo, dimbo. Gree. Ooh, gree. Ooh, gree.
Okay, yeah, the warrens have been built, and so logs are being delivered again. So it looks like, if it looks like logs aren't being delivered anymore, it's probably because you got something going on that requires logs more. Like, building warrens to fight overcrowding. Oh, okay, we have encountered a village full of dwarves. So, as a result, we now have diplomatic relations with them. We can hit influence and diplomacy, and we can now interact with them. We can give them a compliment. We can insult them. We can give them money. And we can request a favor, or declare war, and so much more. What I'm currently interested in is potentially opening up a trade route with them. So first, we need to scout them out to see what they have and what they want.
Savine. Buhala. Buhala.
Alright, so they are selling cloth, meat, iron, ale, hides, and logs, and they are buying shiny hemp, stone, and beer. Okay. So I think we can accommodate some of that. So, to trade with someone, hit the trade icon. You select your trade I'm gonna set the trade prince as the leader with a couple of other goblins just to increase our score and increase our carrying capacity. There is a set number of stuff that they can carry. We're going to form the party, and we're going to bring our trade offerings. This opens up a menu where you can select how much of what stuff you want to bring. Now, they are value stone more than hemp, so we're gonna give them a good chunk of stone. So let's say 60 stone, and then a little bit of hemp. And we only have 2 shiny, so we're not gonna give them that. We could also send them with gold, but we want to hold on to that gold for now, so we're gonna go with this. We're gonna send that trade party. And now it's just a waiting game to see how they respond. We don't have control over what we buy and what we get from them, but we will get a little bit of everything. And just because he hasn't awoken yet, I don't want to be caught by surprise. I'm going to awaken Golden Tongue and just start praying to him. There we go. All right, here we go. Oh wait, no, that's a skip. Alright, here we go. This is our trade. So, we have 3 strategies here. We can be kind. This will effectively skew the trade in the favor of the dwarves. So we will get less and they will get more. We try and be diplomatic, which will attempt to give us an even share. Or we can try and be aggressive, which will give us more value than them. So we have about a 50-50% chance if we're diplomatic. I believe this will increase the higher your trade stat. So, I'm gonna go for diplomatic. Kind would be the better option, I think. But we do want to get something of value here. So we're gonna give this a shot. Thankfully, we're good. His opinion of us improved slightly. And we gained 5 logs, a bunch of gold, and a little bit of other stuff. Not a lot. We didn't bring a lot of resources to trade with him, so we didn't get a lot in return. Okay, that was spooky. So, if we go back to the world map, we see that the resources are gone. We cannot, I don't think we can trade with them again until we scout it out. Or at the very least, we need to scout with them again. Oh, hang on, what? Something's happening. I think we're being raided. That's not me, that's not me. That guy with the red flag on us, that's not me. We might be being raided. But yeah, if we want to see what they have, if their deals have changed at all, we gotta scout them out again to see what's going on. Eventually, we can ally with them, and I believe that makes it so that they don't hide their deals from us, and we can just always see what they have. But for now, we just gotta scout them out every time we go.
Zavinej.
Oh, no, okay, that was just our warlord. Oh, okay, and the tavern has been completed. Alright, and the tavern has been completed. This is where we spend our hard-earned gold to recruit heroes. So, we open up the tavern, we see we have 6 slots. We can recruit 6 heroes. And we can choose from one of these 4. Silk Rain, Lynn, Daco, and Stormbane. They each have their own individual ability, as you can see here. They also have... Excuse me. They also have their own stats. So, Silk Rain is good with trade, as is Lynn. Thaco is better with faith, as with Stormbane, and so on. You can also see their price and for how long we hire them. Now, personally, I think I'm going to hire Silk Rain, because currently we have our warlord raiding nearby uninhabited tiles for supplies. Silk Rain can do that even better. So we can just constantly send Silk Rain out for endless raids against neighboring tiles. We will never run out of food because Silk Rain just keeps getting more effectively. This one decreases chance of encountering an enemy. Thaco increases the amount of faith gained from treks. And Stormbane increases the chance of holy treks. So, I don't think I'm too fussed about any of those. We do have a lot of excess money, so I'll get Thaco, because our Elder is also going out on Holy Treks right now, so we may as well get those done. So here, we've been sending Megs out on raids to neighboring tiles. Now we can just send out Silk Rain. So you place this hero there. You'll notice I cannot put Thaco in this party at all. We can only send one hero per trek. I can fill up this entire slot thing with more goblins to assist, and that would increase her possibilities and likelihoods and like. But I find that heroes are pretty good on their own with most things. Maybe not like attacking people, but if it's an empty tile, then they can handle it on their own just fine. So we're gonna send Silk Rain over to raid those mountains. We found a farm with an unscouted enemy. So, hang on. As I said, we are sending Silk Rain to raid these mountains. So, you know what? Let's actually send Thaco to scout this area. And, you know, we'll give you one peon. Oh, wait, nope. Change track. Scout. As someone is here, we don't know who. We do know that they sell firewood and buy iron and medicine. So this could be a potential trading partner in the future. We just don't know who they are yet. And this, in 41 minutes, real time, we will gain new contracts. This is a long time, unfortunately, but it is what it is. So in 41 minutes, we can recruit new heroes. That is to say, in 41 minutes, we will get a new selection of heroes. We can still recruit these two at any time. Alright, and since the tavern is now built, I believe we can safely build the laboratory. I'm gonna do that and put our iron tools to use there. And hopefully that'll give us the medicine we need to cure all of our poor sick goblins. And the Silk Rain just got us a lot of rocks and a lot of other stuff. So Silk Rain is effectively just going to be raiding these two tiles next to us for endless supplies. And Thaco, what can you find out about our neighbors here? We still don't know who they are, huh? Unlamed. Okay, that might be a bit of a bug or just random commoners. I'm not sure. We could raid them for some of those supplies. That is something we can do.
Bonjour.
He's just... Alright, here's our laboratory. Now let's test this out. So, high faith, efficiency 20. High trade. High trade, efficiency 38. So yeah, despite being under the faith tab, the laboratory is in fact still trade focused. Unfortunately. So we're just gonna have to do that, and these guys will make medicine for us, which should hopefully help cure some of our poor sick goblins.
Uh-huh.
So here's the cool thing about Moongast. Fury has something similar to this as well. You can spend Juju to gain champions. Now, this is so far limited specifically to Moongast and Fury. Fury gives you Berserkers. But Moongast allows you to summon up to 4 champions per temple. In this case, we got Grizz, who is a Necromancer. And he will summon skeletons to fight on our side. We can send him on we can send him on treks, we can keep him in the village to help defend the place, and we can cast this spell once every while. Effectively, this circle needs to fill up again. Once this circle fills up, then we can cast that again and get another Necromancer. Now, I do believe the Necromancers still age like normal, as this is a 3-year-old Necromancer, so he is not even adult. I believe he will still die at 30, 35-ish. We'll have to see about that one. I could be wrong. Maybe they're ageless and just die when killed. I'm not sure. But that's the current action. That's the Necromancer. Fury has the Berserker. Those are the only 2 gods that have champions.
Las iwitin?
Alright, here we have the barracks. This is your army producing structure. You can pick 2 types of units here. I believe they might be independent. So yeah, you can choose which one you place and have them both into the same one. You got warriors, which are better, which help with raid treks, and scouts, which help with scouting. I'm guessing they get some kind of boost to their scouting skill. Warriors will also help you in combat in the village. I'm assuming scouts do as well to some degree. I'm not entirely sure how much, but yeah. Let's just see what a scout looks like here. Obviously, this guy isn't the best option for a scout, because he's not really combat focused, but yeah. Okay, he's just in a building right now. He's taking a nap. Yeah, let's get rid of these guys. They're not great. But yeah, if you want to train up a proper army, the barracks is the way to do it. A proper army or dedicated scouts, the barracks is the way to do it. It is located right here in the war tab. There's also the guard tower, which effectively just makes melee versions of the guards here in the watchtowers. Now, these guys are melee. They are not ranged. You can place them down and they will patrol this general area and protect it. I do believe they require iron tools to function, though. The stockades is a structure that when you place down, you can place goblins in it, and they will go around stomping beating lazy goblins and rioting goblins, and bringing some order back to your village. They, I believe they have to be war-focused. But yeah, if you're having like rioting troubles, the stockades can be a good place to go for. Can be a good building to go for. But I believe that despite the fact that they have a relatively small circle of influence, they do still wander around the entire village. Basically, if a goblin is riding over here and you have a stockades over here, they will still go over here in order to beat the goblin, potentially lock them away inside the stockades, and teach them a lesson. And yeah, there is some other stuff. Voodoo hut, shaman hut. If you can put this down, they will go to these red gravestones and prevent them from spawning undead. You get an achievement if you can do that for all gravestones in a single winter. But we are pretty much reaching endgame here. I have not actually gotten this far before. At least not much further than this. You can make beer with the brewery. You can get pigs with the pigsty. Apparently the pigsty is a little bugged right now, where you get pigs just once, and then after that, they stop spawning. So, slightly buggy. I suspect that will be fixed in the future patch, if it hasn't been already. So keep an eye on the patch notes for that. Butcher, that slaughters pigs to produce meat and hides. Workshop, that produces wagons. I have literally never been able to make this. Never gotten around to it. This, you can create wagons. This will allow your treks to carry more stuff. And, of course, you can explore your entire world map through treks. And that is effectively it. That is effectively Goblins of Elderstone. This has been a 4-hour recording session for me. It is late. It is past my bedtime. So I think I'm going to call it here and edit this down as best I can. This is probably going to be at least 2 episodes, probably more. What I'm probably going to be doing is, if you want, there will be an unlisted link somewhere in the description below of my entire 4-hour playthrough. Uncut, unedited, with exception to like cutting out like breathing noises and background noises you don't need to hear. But like, if you follow my tips and advice here and you're still not getting the results, you can watch the entire uncut playthrough if you really want to see what I did. Maybe I did some small thing that I didn't bring up because if you know something, it's hard to accept the fact that other people don't know it. So maybe I've done something that I just innately assume other people know to do, and I'm wrong about that. It's entirely possible. So, link to that will be in the description down below. That might be cut up into 2 episodes as well, just because this is 4 hours long. And yeah. In the meantime, I hope that this little tutorial guide thing has been helpful to some degree. My name has been TamTroll. This is Goblins of Elderstone, now 1.0 full release, available on Steam. Be sure to check the Discord, leave a positive review, all that good stuff. And I will see you next time. Farewell!